Hello there, sleepy night owl. Tonight we take a trip to the great outdoors. Join me on an enchanting journey through the heart of the wilderness, where the serene beauty of the mountains unfolds in a tapestry of breathtaking landscapes and unforgettable encounters. Through the eyes of a solitary hiker, this tale invites you to traverse rugged trails, climb to lofty peaks, and immerse yourself in the tranquil embrace of nature. Along the way, you'll discover hidden hot springs, witness the grace of wildlife in their natural habitat, and find solace beneath starlit skies. Each step along the path reveals new wonders, weaving a narrative that celebrates the resilience of the human spirit and the timeless allure of the great outdoors. And if these videos help you in any way, please consider subscribing to the channel and clicking on the like button. But for now, let us get comfortable and settle in for a tale of adventure and discovery. Let us begin tonight's story called Journey into the Wild. Chapter 1: Preparing for the Journey. The evening sun was casting a golden glow over the quiet town as I stood by the window, the warm light filtering through the curtains and casting soft patterns on the floor. The air was still, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming jasmine and the distant hum of crickets. Tonight, I was preparing for a journey unlike any other, a hike through the majestic mountains, a path of serenity and discovery that beckoned me with its silent promises. I walked over to my backpack, spread open on the bed, and began laying out my gear. Each item had its place, a carefully considered choice for the adventure ahead. My sturdy hiking boots, now laced tightly, were a comforting reminder of the miles they had already conquered. I ran my fingers over the rough leather, feeling the worn texture that spoke of countless trails walked. Next, I packed my water bottle, its contents cool and refreshing, a lifeline for the days to come. I added a small first aid kit, a flashlight, and a few energy bars, just in case. My jacket, a vibrant blue that stood out against the green of the forest, was folded neatly at the top of the pack, ready to shield me from the mountain chill. As I moved about the room, the clock's ticking became a soft background melody, the minutes slipping away like sand through an hourglass. My thoughts drifted to the trail ahead, the promise of solitude and the symphony of nature that awaited me. The mountains had always held a special place in my heart, their peaks rising like ancient sentinels, guarding secrets and stories of times long past. This journey was not just a hike, it was a pilgrimage to a place where I could reconnect with the world around me, a place where silence spoke louder than words. I glanced at the bed where my notebook and pen lay, the pages blank and waiting. I had decided to document this journey, to capture the moments that would become memories. I wrote a short note to myself on the first page: let the mountains speak, and may your heart listen. It felt like the perfect start, a simple reminder to be present, to absorb every sight, sound, and scent along the way. The evening grew deeper, and the sky was now a canvas of dusky purples and deep blues. The stars began to appear, one by one, their twinkling lights like distant lanterns guiding the way. I stepped outside for a moment, the cool air brushing against my face, a gentle reminder of the night's embrace. The world seemed to hold its breath, the only sound the whisper of the wind through the leaves. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the crisp, mountain air, and felt a surge of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. Back inside, I prepared a light dinner, the aroma of pasta and herbs filling the kitchen. As I ate, I thought about the trail ahead, the winding paths, the hidden waterfalls, the panoramic views that promised to take my breath away. Each bite was a moment of quiet reflection, a small ceremony to honor the journey that was about to unfold. I knew that the next few days would be a test of endurance, a dance with nature's unpredictability, but I also knew it would be a time of profound peace and rejuvenation. After dinner, I gathered my things and double-checked my pack. I made sure everything was in place: my map, my compass, a few snacks, and my journal. The weight of the backpack was reassuring, a sign that I was ready, that everything I needed was within reach. I set my alarm for an early start, knowing that the first light of dawn would be the perfect time to begin the ascent. As I settled into bed, the room was enveloped in a soothing silence, the kind that wraps around you like a soft blanket. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a silvery glow across the room. I closed my eyes, letting the quiet seep into my bones, and soon, I was drifting into a dreamless sleep, the anticipation of the journey already weaving its way into my dreams. In the depths of the night, the first hints of dawn began to break through. I woke with a start, the first light of morning kissing the horizon. The world outside was still asleep, but I was awake, my heart pounding with the rhythm of adventure. I slipped out of bed, the cold floor a stark contrast to the warmth of my blankets. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and the promise of the day ahead. I dressed quickly, pulling on my hiking gear, feeling the familiar comfort of my boots and the snug fit of my jacket. The sky was a soft gradient of pink and gold as I stepped outside, the morning air invigorating and fresh. The town was still quiet, the streets bathed in the early morning light. As I made my way to the car, the engines purred a gentle reminder that today, the mountains awaited. With a final glance at the town behind me, I drove towards the trailhead, the road winding through sleepy villages and dense forests. The sun rose higher, casting long shadows and filling the world with a golden light. The journey had begun, and with each passing mile, the mountains grew closer, their peaks now towering majestically against the sky. I took a deep breath, the scent of adventure filling my senses, and smiled, knowing that the story of the mountains was about to unfold, one step at a time. Chapter 2: Early Morning Departure. The faint glow of dawn was just beginning to creep over the horizon as my alarm gently stirred me from sleep. The room was still dark, with only a sliver of light filtering through the curtains. I stretched and took a deep breath, feeling the crispness of the early morning air even inside my cozy bedroom. Today was the day. Today, I would embark on the journey that I had been eagerly anticipating. I dressed quietly, pulling on my hiking gear with practiced ease. My boots felt snug and supportive, my jacket warm and reassuring. As I moved about the room, packing the last few essentials into my backpack, I could hear the faint sounds of the world waking up outside. Birds chirped softly, their morning song a gentle prelude to the day ahead. I stepped outside and was greeted by the cool, invigorating air. The sky was a canvas of pale pinks and purples, the first light of dawn painting the world in soft hues. The street was quiet, the usual bustle of the town still hours away. I loaded my gear into the car, the engine's low rumble breaking the morning silence. As I drove through the deserted streets, the world felt peaceful, as if it were holding its breath in anticipation of the day to come. The drive to the trailhead was serene, the road winding through the countryside. The rising sun cast long shadows, illuminating the landscape with a golden glow. I passed fields of tall grass swaying gently in the breeze, their tips glistening with morning dew. The occasional farmhouse stood silent and still, smoke curling lazily from chimneys as the first stirrings of the day began. As I approached the foothills, the mountains loomed larger, their peaks sharp against the morning sky. They stood like ancient sentinels, their presence both daunting and inviting. I could feel my excitement building, a sense of adventure bubbling up within me. The mountains had always called to me, their trails a promise of discovery and tranquility. Arriving at the trailhead, I parked the car and stepped out, taking a moment to breathe in the fresh mountain air. The forest around me was alive with the sounds of nature. Birds sang cheerfully from the treetops, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. The trailhead itself was marked by a simple wooden sign, weathered by time but still standing proudly. It was a gateway to a world of natural beauty, a portal to the adventure that lay ahead. I adjusted my backpack, feeling its reassuring weight against my shoulders, and took my first steps onto the trail. The path was well-worn, a ribbon of earth winding its way through the forest. Each step felt deliberate, a connection to the countless others who had walked this path before me. The ground beneath my feet was firm, the crunch of gravel a rhythmic accompaniment to my thoughts. The early morning light filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the trail. The forest was a mosaic of greens and browns, the trees standing tall and silent like guardians of the land. I walked slowly, savoring the tranquility of the moment. The air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp leaves, a fragrance that spoke of life and growth. As I continued along the trail, the forest began to wake up around me. Squirrels darted across the path, their movements quick and playful. A deer, graceful and silent, watched me from a distance, its eyes curious but cautious. The sound of a nearby stream reached my ears, the gentle babbling of water over rocks a soothing melody. I followed the sound, finding a small brook that ran parallel to the trail. Its clear waters sparkled in the early morning light, inviting me to take a moment to rest and reflect. I sat by the brook, feeling the coolness of the stones beneath me. The water's gentle flow was mesmerizing, its constant movement a reminder of the passage of time. I dipped my fingers into the stream, the cold water a refreshing contrast to the warmth of the morning sun. As I sat there, I felt a deep sense of peace, a connection to the natural world that was both humbling and uplifting. After a while, I continued my journey, the trail leading me deeper into the forest. The path began to climb, the incline gradual but steady. I welcomed the challenge, my legs moving with a rhythm that felt both natural and purposeful. The higher I climbed, the more the landscape changed. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker and more ancient. The underbrush became denser, a tapestry of ferns and wildflowers that added bursts of color to the green sea. As the sun rose higher in the sky, its warmth began to permeate the forest. The morning chill gave way to a gentle heat, the light filtering through the leaves in a golden haze. I could hear the distant call of a hawk, its cry echoing through the trees. The trail led me to a small clearing, a perfect spot to pause and take in the beauty of the surroundings. I set down my backpack and took a deep breath, feeling the exhilaration of the journey coursing through me. The clearing offered a panoramic view of the valley below, the rolling hills and dense forests stretching out as far as the eye could see. The sight was breathtaking, a reminder of the vastness of the world and the smallness of my place within it. I felt a profound sense of gratitude, a deep appreciation for the opportunity to experience such beauty. As I stood there, the morning continued to unfold, each moment a new discovery. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, a symphony of life that played out in harmony. I knew that this was just the beginning of my journey, that the trail ahead held countless wonders and challenges. With a renewed sense of purpose, I picked up my backpack and continued on, eager to see where the path would lead me next. The trail wound its way through the forest, the trees parting occasionally to reveal glimpses of the mountains ahead. Each step brought me closer to the heart of the wilderness, a place where the hustle and bustle of everyday life seemed distant and insignificant. The world around me was vibrant and alive, a testament to the beauty and resilience of nature. As the morning wore on, I found myself lost in the rhythm of the hike, the steady beat of my footsteps a comforting cadence. The trail climbed higher, the ascent becoming more challenging but also more rewarding. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine and earth more pronounced. I could feel the weight of the world lifting from my shoulders, replaced by a sense of freedom and adventure. By the time the sun was high in the sky, I had reached a ridge that offered a stunning view of the surrounding landscape. I paused to take it all in, the endless expanse of mountains and valleys stretching out before me. The journey had only just begun, but already I felt a deep connection to the land, a sense of belonging that was both powerful and humbling. As I stood there, the early morning departure felt like a distant memory, a small step in a much larger adventure. The mountains called to me, their peaks promising new discoveries and experiences. With a heart full of anticipation, I continued on, eager to see where the trail would lead me next. Chapter 3: The First Steps. The trail stretched out before me, a welcoming path winding its way through the forest. The first light of morning filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Each step I took felt purposeful, a connection to the journey that lay ahead. The world was awakening around me, and I was eager to explore its secrets. The air was crisp and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp leaves. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, birds chirping high in the canopy, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, and the gentle murmur of the brook that ran parallel to the trail. I felt a sense of calm wash over me, the worries of everyday life melting away with each step. The trail was well-worn, a ribbon of packed earth that wound its way through the trees. I walked slowly, taking in the sights and sounds of the forest. The trees towered above me, their branches forming a protective canopy that filtered the sunlight into soft beams. The leaves whispered in the breeze, creating a soothing symphony that accompanied my footsteps. As I walked, I marveled at the beauty of the forest. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, their colors ranging from deep browns to vibrant yellows. Mushrooms of various shapes and sizes dotted the forest floor, adding splashes of color to the earthy palette. Ferns unfurled their delicate fronds, and wildflowers peeked out from the underbrush, their petals glistening with morning dew. The trail meandered alongside the brook, its gentle babbling. Chapter 4: Mid-Morning Break. The morning sun had climbed higher in the sky, bathing the forest in a warm golden light. I had been hiking for a few hours now, steadily making my way along the trail. The path had led me deeper into the heart of the mountains, weaving through valleys and climbing gentle slopes. Each step brought me closer to nature's embrace, and I savored every moment of the journey. As I walked, the forest around me seemed to come alive with the symphony of nature. Birds chirped and flitted among the branches, their colorful plumage aflash against the green canopy. Squirrels darted playfully across the trail, their bushy tails twitching with excitement. The air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers that lined the path. I found myself in a small clearing, a serene oasis amidst the towering trees. A natural carpet of soft moss covered the ground, inviting me to rest. Nearby, a bubbling brook meandered through the clearing, its clear waters shimmering in the sunlight. I could hear the gentle murmur of the water as it flowed over smooth stones, creating a tranquil melody that filled the air. I decided to take a break and sat down beside the brook, my backpack serving as a makeshift cushion. The coolness of the moss beneath me was a welcome relief after hours of hiking. I leaned back against a large boulder, feeling its rough surface against my back, and closed my eyes, allowing myself to fully immerse in the peaceful surroundings. The sound of the brook was hypnotic, its rhythmic flow soothing my senses. I dipped my hand into the water, feeling its icy chill against my skin. It was pure and refreshing, a stark contrast to the warmth of the mid-morning sun that filtered through the canopy above. I cupped my hands and splashed my face with the cool water, washing away the sweat and dust of the trail. As I sat there, I took out a small snack from my backpack, a handful of nuts and dried fruit. The simple act of eating amidst such natural beauty felt like a communion with the wilderness. I savored each bite, feeling the energy replenish my body and the connection to the land deepen with every moment. Around me, the forest seemed to hum with life. Butterflies danced among the wildflowers, their delicate wings shimmering in the sunlight. Bees buzzed lazily from blossom to blossom, collecting nectar with diligent purpose. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves overhead, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the distant call of a bird. I took out my journal and pen, feeling inspired to capture the essence of this moment. I wrote about the sights and sounds of the forest, the play of light and shadow on the moss-covered ground, and the feeling of peace that enveloped me like a warm embrace. Writing became a form of meditation, a way to reflect on the beauty of nature and the privilege of experiencing it firsthand. After a while, I closed my journal and leaned back against the boulder, content to simply be in this tranquil sanctuary. Time seemed to slow down in the clearing, the worries and stresses of everyday life fading into the background. Here, surrounded by the majesty of the mountains and the serenity of the forest, I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the opportunity to immerse myself in nature's embrace. As I sat there, a deer emerged from the edge of the clearing, its graceful movements a testament to the quiet harmony of the wilderness. It paused for a moment, its dark eyes meeting mine with a mixture of curiosity and caution. I remained still, not wanting to disturb the moment. After a few heartbeats, the deer lowered its head to drink from the brook, its reflection rippling in the clear water. The encounter with the deer felt like a gift, a fleeting glimpse into the lives of the creatures that called this forest home. It reminded me of the interconnectedness of all living things, and the importance of respecting and preserving the natural world. I watched in silence as the deer finished drinking and disappeared into the depths of the forest, leaving behind only the memory of its presence. Feeling refreshed and rejuvenated, I stood up and stretched my limbs. The break had invigorated me, filling me with renewed energy for the journey ahead. I gathered my belongings and shouldered my backpack, ready to continue on the trail. As I walked away from the clearing, I glanced back one last time, committing the image of the peaceful oasis to memory. The brook continued to babble softly, its song a constant companion as I resumed my hike. The path led deeper into the mountains, promising more adventures and discoveries along the way. With each step, I felt a deep sense of connection to the natural world and a profound appreciation for the beauty that surrounded me. The mid-morning break had been more than just a pause in the journey, it had been a moment of communion with nature, a reminder of the peace and tranquility that could be found in its embrace. Chapter 5. Climbing Higher. The trail continued its ascent, winding steadily through the dense forest that cloaked the mountainside. The mid-morning sun cast dappled patterns of light and shadow on the path ahead, creating a mesmerizing dance of warmth and coolness. Each step brought me closer to the heart of the wilderness, the rhythm of my breathing and the crunch of gravel underfoot merging with the symphony of nature around me. The forest around me was a tapestry of greens, browns, and occasional bursts of color from wildflowers that dotted the underbrush. Tall trees towered overhead, their gnarled roots and moss-covered trunks standing as silent sentinels guarding the secrets of the mountains. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating patches of ferns and delicate vines that draped from branches. As I climbed higher, the air grew cooler and thinner, carrying with it a crispness that invigorated my senses. The scent of pine became more pronounced, mingling with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the subtle fragrance of mountain flowers. It was a symphony of scents, each one telling a story of the land and its ever-changing moods. The trail curved gently to the left, revealing glimpses of the valley below through breaks in the trees. The view was breathtaking, a patchwork of greens and gold stretching out as far as the eye could see. Rivers snaked through the landscape like veins, their waters glinting in the sunlight. Clusters of cottages nestled among fields, their rooftops a sea of muted colors against the vibrant tapestry of nature. I paused for a moment to catch my breath and take in the panorama spread out before me. The mountains rose like ancient titans, their peaks jagged against the sky. Wisps of clouds drifted lazily overhead, casting fleeting shadows on the landscape below. It was a scene of serenity and majesty, a reminder of the raw beauty that nature so effortlessly displayed. As I resumed my hike, the trail began to ascend more steeply, the incline demanding more effort from my muscles. But with each step, I felt a sense of accomplishment and exhilaration. The challenge of the climb was met with determination and a deep-seated desire to explore the heights that beckoned me onward. The path led me through stands of birch and oak, their leaves whispering in the breeze. I could hear the distant call of a bird of prey circling high above, its cry echoing through the mountains. The sound was haunting yet invigorating, a reminder of the untamed wilderness that surrounded me. I reached a rocky outcrop that jutted out from the mountainside, offering a panoramic view of the valley below. I stood there, breathing in the crisp mountain air, feeling a sense of awe wash over me. The world seemed to stretch out endlessly, a vast canvas of natural beauty that inspired wonder and reverence. From my vantage point, I could see the trail winding its way through the forest, disappearing around a bend and continuing its ascent. Far below, the brook I had encountered earlier snaked through the valley, its waters glinting in the sunlight. The sight was both humbling and exhilarating, a reminder of the journey I had undertaken and the challenges that lay ahead. I took a moment to rest, leaning against a large boulder that provided a welcome respite. The rock was warm from the sun, its rough surface comforting against my back. I closed my eyes and listened to the sounds of the mountain, the rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of the brook, and the occasional chirp of a hidden bird. After a while, I continued along the trail, following its winding path as it led deeper into the heart of the mountains. The terrain became rougher, the rocks more jagged underfoot. I welcomed the challenge, my boots finding purchase on the uneven ground with each careful step. The forest began to thin as I climbed higher, giving way to open meadows dotted with wildflowers. The air. Chapter 6. Into the Alpine Wilderness. The trail continued to wind its way through the rugged terrain, ascending steadily into the alpine wilderness. The forest had thinned out, giving way to sparse clusters of hardy trees and resilient shrubs that clung to the rocky slopes. Above me, the sky stretched out in an unbroken expanse of azure, punctuated by wisps of white clouds that drifted lazily overhead. The air was noticeably cooler here, carrying with it the sharp tang of pine and the faint hint of snow. I could feel the altitude in every breath, a reminder of the heights I had reached and the thinness of the air. Despite the physical exertion, I felt exhilarated by the challenge of hiking deeper into the heart of the mountains. The trail became narrower and more rugged, winding through a landscape sculpted by wind and weather. Boulders littered the path, their surfaces weathered and smooth from centuries of exposure. I navigated carefully, my boots finding purchase on the uneven ground as I climbed higher. As I hiked, the scenery around me transformed with each step. Jagged peaks loomed in the distance, their snow-capped summits piercing the sky. Valleys stretched out below, dotted with patches of green meadows and shimmering lakes that reflected the brilliance of the sun. The landscape was a study in contrasts, harsh and unforgiving yet breathtakingly beautiful. I paused to take in the panoramic view, marveling at the vastness of the wilderness that surrounded me. The mountains rose like ancient giants, their rocky faces etched with the passage of time. The silence was profound here, broken only by the occasional cry of a distant bird or the rustle of the wind through the sparse vegetation. Continuing along the trail, I came upon a plateau that offered a sweeping vista of the alpine landscape. A carpet of vibrant wildflowers blanketed the ground, their petals a riot of colors against the backdrop of rocky slopes. Bees buzzed busily among the blossoms, their industrious hum a testament to the resilience of life in this harsh environment. I found a sheltered spot among the wildflowers and decided to take a break. Sitting down on a sun-warmed rock, I removed my backpack and leaned it against a nearby boulder. The air was crisp and clean, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the earthy aroma of the alpine soil. I reached into my pack and pulled out a water bottle, taking a long drink to quench my thirst. The water was refreshingly cold, revitalizing my senses and replenishing my energy. I took out a small snack, a sandwich and an apple, and savored each bite, feeling the nourishment fueling my body for the challenges ahead. As I ate, I gazed out at the expansive landscape spread out before me. The alpine meadows stretched out in all directions, punctuated by rocky outcrops and clusters of stunted trees. Snowfields gleamed in the distance, their white expanse a stark contrast to the greenery below. After finishing my meal, I took out my map and studied the route ahead. The trail continued to climb, leading deeper into the heart of the mountains. According to the map, there was a high pass ahead, a narrow gap between two towering peaks that marked the boundary between two valleys. It was a challenging section of the trail, but the promise of breathtaking views and new discoveries spurred me onward. I packed up my belongings and shouldered my backpack once more, feeling a renewed sense of purpose and determination. The trail beckoned me forward, its rugged beauty a testament to the resilience of nature and the spirit of adventure that drove me onward. As I hiked, the terrain grew more challenging, requiring careful navigation over loose scree and exposed rock. I used trekking poles to steady myself, their sturdy shafts providing support as I climbed higher. The altitude made each step feel heavier, but I welcomed the physical exertion as a test of my strength and endurance. The trail curved around a rocky outcrop, revealing the approach to the high pass. The path narrowed considerably, hugging the edge of a steep slope that dropped away sharply to the valley below. I could feel my heart racing with anticipation as I approached the final ascent. The wind picked up as I climbed higher, carrying with it the chill of the high altitude. I pulled on an extra layer of clothing, grateful for the warmth it provided against the biting cold. The air was thinner here, making each breath a conscious effort as I pushed myself to reach the crest of the pass. At last, I reached the summit of the high pass, a narrow saddle between two towering peaks. The view was nothing short of spectacular. To one side, I could see the valley I had left behind, its green meadows and winding rivers a stark contrast to the rugged terrain of the mountains. To the other side, the landscape unfolded in a panorama of snow-capped peaks and deep blue lakes that glittered like jewels in the sunlight. I stood there for a moment, awestruck by the beauty of the alpine wilderness that surrounded me. The silence was profound, broken only by the sound of the wind whispering through the rocky slopes. It was a moment of pure solitude and serenity, a connection to the natural world that transcended words. After taking in the view, I continued along the trail as it descended from the high pass. The path wound its way through a rocky gorge, the walls towering high above me. Water trickled down the cliff faces, forming small cascades that splashed onto the trail below. I followed the sound of rushing water, drawn towards the promise of a hidden waterfall nestled within the heart of the mountains. As I approached, the sound of the waterfall grew louder, its roar echoing through the gorge. I rounded a bend in the trail and came upon a breathtaking sight, a towering cascade of water plummeting down from a rocky precipice high above. The waterfall thundered into a crystal-clear pool below, sending up a fine mist that shimmered in the sunlight. I stood mesmerized by the sheer power and beauty of the waterfall, feeling its energy reverberate through the surrounding landscape. The air was cool and moist, carrying with it the refreshing scent of water and wet rocks. I approached cautiously, feeling the spray of the waterfall on my face as I drew nearer to the pool below. The water was icy cold but invigorating, a natural baptism that washed away the sweat and dust of the trail. I dipped my hands into the pool, feeling the smoothness of the rocks beneath the surface. The water was pure and clear, reflecting the deep blue of the sky above like a mirror. I sat on a nearby boulder, feeling the coolness of the stone against my skin. The sound of the waterfall was hypnotic, its constant rush a soothing melody that filled the air. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to be fully present in the moment, letting the sights and sounds of the alpine wilderness wash over me. After a while, I reluctantly tore myself away from the waterfall and resumed my journey. The trail led me deeper into the heart of the mountains, winding through valleys and climbing over rocky ridges. The landscape continued to unfold in a tapestry of rugged beauty, each step a testament to the resilience of nature and the spirit of adventure that drove me onward. As the sun began to sink lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the landscape, I found a sheltered spot to make camp for the night. I gathered firewood and set up my tent, feeling a sense of accomplishment as I prepared for a restful evening beneath the stars. Sitting by the crackling fire, I watched the last rays of sunlight fade from the sky. The mountains loomed around me like silent guardians, their peaks etched against the canvas of twilight. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of a peaceful night ahead. As I settled into my sleeping bag, I reflected on the day's journey. The climb to the high pass had been challenging but rewarding, filled with moments of awe and wonder. I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the opportunity to explore such wild and remote landscapes, and a renewed appreciation for the beauty and resilience of nature. With the sound of the waterfall still echoing in my mind, I drifted off to sleep beneath the vast expanse of stars that stretched out overhead. Tomorrow would bring new adventures and discoveries, but for now, I was content to rest and recharge in the embrace of the alpine wilderness. Chapter 7. A Night Under the Stars. The crackling of the campfire filled the crisp mountain air as twilight settled over the alpine wilderness. Shadows lengthened around me, casting the rocky landscape in shades of deepening blue and softening gold. I sat on a weathered log beside the fire, mesmerized by the dance of flames that flickered and danced in the gathering darkness. The day's journey had been exhilarating and challenging, culminating in the ascent to the high pass and the discovery of the majestic waterfall. Now, as night descended upon the mountains, I welcomed the chance to rest and reflect on the experiences that had brought me here. The campsite was nestled in a sheltered valley, surrounded by towering cliffs and rugged peaks that loomed like sentinels against the starlit sky. A small stream gurgled nearby, its waters a soothing soundtrack to the tranquility of the evening. Above me, the canopy of stars shimmered in the clear night sky, their brilliance undimmed by the remote location far from city lights. I leaned back against the log, feeling its rough bark against my back, and closed my eyes for a moment. The air was cool and fragrant, tinged with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp soil. It was a welcome respite from the physical exertion of the day, a chance to recharge my body and spirit in the embrace of nature. As the fire crackled beside me, I took out my map and spread it out on the ground. The trail I had followed was marked in faded ink, a winding line that traced my journey through valleys and over mountain passes. I studied the map, retracing the path I had taken and marveling at the distances I had covered since setting out on this adventure. The night sky above me was a tapestry of stars, their twinkling lights a reminder of the vastness of the universe. I could make out familiar constellations: Orion, the hunter, with his belt of 3 stars, the Milky Way, a faint band of light stretching across the heavens. The stars seemed to stretch out endlessly, filling me with a sense of wonder and humility. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a thermos of hot tea, its warmth a welcome comfort against the chill of the night. Steam rose from the lid as I poured myself a cup, the aroma of chamomile and mint filling the air. I held the cup in both hands, savoring the soothing heat as I took a slow sip. The tea warmed me from the inside out, spreading a sense of calm and relaxation through my body. I closed my eyes and listened to the sounds of the night, the crackling of the fire, the soft murmur of the stream, the occasional hoot of an owl in the distance. It was a symphony of nature's nocturnal chorus, a reminder of the life that thrived in the darkness. As I sat there, lost in thought, a rustling sound nearby caught my attention. I turned to see a small deer emerge from the shadows, its coat blending seamlessly with the muted hues of the surrounding landscape. The deer paused for a moment, its dark eyes meeting mine with a mixture of curiosity and caution. I remained still, not wanting to disturb the delicate balance of the wilderness. The deer took a few tentative steps forward, its movements graceful and fluid. It approached the edge of the campfire's glow, its ears twitching as it listened for any sign of danger. I watched in silent awe as the deer lowered its head to drink from the stream, its reflection shimmering in the moonlit waters. The encounter with the deer felt like a gift, a fleeting moment of connection with the wild inhabitants of the mountains. It reminded me of the delicate balance of life in this remote wilderness, where every creature played a vital role in the intricate tapestry of nature. After the deer disappeared back into the shadows, I turned my gaze once more to the starlit sky. The constellations seemed to beckon me with their ancient stories and timeless beauty. I felt a deep sense of peace and contentment wash over me, a profound appreciation for the simplicity and serenity of life in the wilderness. As the fire burned low, I stoked the embers with a stick, sending sparks dancing into the night air. The flames cast flickering shadows on the rocks and trees around me, creating a sense of warmth and security in the vastness of the mountain landscape. I wrapped myself in a blanket and settled in beside the fire, feeling the fatigue of the day's journey begin to ebb away. Above me, the stars continued their silent vigil, their light a beacon in the darkness. I closed my eyes and let the sounds of the night lull me into a peaceful slumber. Tomorrow would bring new adventures and challenges, but for now, I was content to rest beneath the canopy of stars and dream beneath the watchful gaze of the mountains. Chapter 8. Dawn in the Wilderness. The first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky in hues of pink and gold, casting a soft glow over the rugged landscape of the alpine wilderness. I stirred from my sleep, slowly emerging from the cocoon of warmth provided by my sleeping bag. The air was crisp and cool, carrying with it the promise of a new day filled with possibilities and adventures. I sat up and stretched my limbs, feeling the stiffness of a night spent outdoors in the mountains. The campsite around me was quiet and still, bathed in the gentle light of early morning. The embers of the fire from the previous night had burned low, their faint glow a reminder of the warmth that had kept me company through the darkness. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the fresh mountain air. It was tinged with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp soil, a fragrant bouquet that spoke of the wilderness awakening around me. Birds began to stir in the trees, their melodious songs filling the air with a symphony of morning greetings. I reached for my water bottle and took a long drink, refreshing myself after a night of rest. The water was cool and invigorating, washing away the lingering traces of sleep. I glanced around the campsite, taking stock of my surroundings and preparing for the day ahead. The sun had not yet risen above the distant peaks, but its soft light painted the landscape in shades of muted pastels. I stood up and walked to the edge of the campsite, drawn by the promise of a breathtaking sunrise over the mountains. The air grew colder as I ascended a nearby ridge, my boots crunching on frost-covered grass. As I reached the crest of the ridge, I was greeted by a panorama that took my breath away. The mountains stretched out before me like a vast sea of peaks and valleys, their jagged silhouettes outlined against the canvas of the sky. Wisps of mist clung to the valleys below, adding an ethereal quality to the scene. I found a comfortable rock to sit on and watched in awe as the sun began to crest the horizon. The sky ignited in a blaze of color, deep oranges, fiery reds, and brilliant yellows that painted the clouds in hues of warmth and light. The sun emerged like a golden orb, casting its radiant rays over the rugged landscape and filling me with a sense of wonder and reverence. The mountains seemed to come alive with the first light of day. Shadows retreated from rocky cliffs and forested slopes, revealing the intricate details of the landscape bathed in the morning glow. Dew sparkled on blades of grass and wildflowers, a testament to the delicate balance of life in this remote wilderness. I sat there for a while, lost in the beauty of the sunrise and the quiet majesty of the mountains. It was a moment of pure serenity, a communion with nature that filled me with gratitude for the privilege of witnessing such natural splendor. The challenges of the journey faded into insignificance against the backdrop of this breathtaking sunrise. After a while, I reluctantly tore myself away from the vista and returned to the campsite. The morning light had transformed the landscape, casting everything in a soft, golden glow. I gathered my belongings and began to pack up camp, stowing my tent and extinguishing the last embers of the fire. As I worked, I listened to the sounds of the wilderness awakening around me. Birds chirped in the trees, their cheerful melodies a welcome accompaniment to the morning breeze. A squirrel scurried across the forest floor, its bushy tail twitching with nervous energy. With camp packed and my backpack securely fastened, I set off along the trail once more. The path led me deeper into the heart of the mountains, winding through valleys and climbing over rocky ridges. Each step brought me closer to the next stage of my journey, filled with anticipation for the adventures and discoveries that lay ahead. The trail ascended gradually, leading me through stands of pine and spruce that carpeted the mountainside. Wildflowers bloomed in vibrant clusters along the path, their petals a riot of colors against the verdant backdrop. Butterflies flitted among the blossoms, their delicate wings shimmering in the morning light. I reached a high ridge that offered a commanding view of the surrounding landscape. Below me, a wide valley stretched out in all directions, framed by towering peaks that rose like sentinels against the horizon. Rivers snaked through the valley floor, their waters glinting in the sunlight. I paused to catch my breath and take in the panoramic vista. The air was cool and refreshing, carrying with it the scent of pine and the faint hint of wildflowers. I could hear the distant call of a bird of prey soaring high above, its cry echoing through the mountains. I continued along the trail, following its winding path as it led me deeper into the heart of the wilderness. The terrain grew more rugged, requiring careful navigation over rocky outcrops and narrow ridges. I used trekking poles to steady myself, their sturdy shafts providing support as I climbed higher. As I hiked, I felt a deep sense of connection to the natural world around me. The mountains seemed to speak to me in whispers carried on the wind, sharing their ancient wisdom and timeless beauty. Each step was a testament to my strength and determination, a reminder of the resilience and perseverance required to explore these remote and untamed landscapes. The trail eventually descended into a dense forest of evergreen trees, their branches reaching skyward like cathedral spires. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was cool and still, filled with the earthy scent of moss and decaying leaves. I followed the trail as it wound through the forest, crossing babbling brooks and weaving around ancient trees. The solitude of the wilderness enveloped me like a comforting embrace, offering a respite from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. I felt a profound sense of peace and tranquility in the presence of the towering trees and the murmuring brooks that flowed through the heart of the forest. As I hiked, I became aware of a subtle change in the atmosphere around me. The forest seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if anticipating something just beyond the edge of perception. I quickened my pace, eager to uncover the mysteries that awaited me in this enchanted woodland. Ahead, the trail emerged from the dense forest into a sunlit clearing. I stepped into the open space and gasped in awe at the sight that greeted me, a tranquil lake nestled in a natural basin surrounded by towering cliffs and lush greenery. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the azure sky and fluffy white clouds above. I approached the shore of the lake, drawn to its serene beauty. Wildflowers bloomed along the water's edge, their delicate petals kissed by the gentle breeze. Dragonflies darted across the surface of the lake, their iridescent wings shimmering in the sunlight. I found a comfortable rock near the shore and sat down, allowing myself to fully immerse in the tranquility of the moment. The lake was a mirror of calmness, its surface unruffled by even the slightest breeze. I closed my eyes and listened to the sounds of nature, the gentle lapping of water against the shore, the distant hum of insects, and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. After a while, I reached into my backpack and pulled out a small sketchbook and a set of pencils. Inspired by the beauty of the lake, I began to sketch the scene before me, the towering cliffs, the serene water, and the vibrant colors of the wildflowers. Drawing became a form of meditation, a way to capture the essence of this pristine wilderness. As I sketched, a sense of peace settled over me, filling me with gratitude for the opportunity to experience such natural beauty. The world around me seemed to fade away, leaving only the lake and the mountains that embraced it. Time seemed to slow down in the presence of such tranquil solitude. After completing my sketch, I closed my sketchbook and tucked it back into my backpack. The sun had begun its descent towards the western horizon, casting a warm golden light over the landscape. I knew it was time to find a suitable spot to make camp for the night. I explored the area around the lake, searching for a sheltered spot with a good view of the surrounding mountains. Eventually, I found a flat clearing nestled among a cluster of pine trees, protected from the elements and offering a clear view of the lake below. I set up my tent and gathered firewood, preparing for a peaceful evening beneath the stars. As the sky darkened and the first stars appeared overhead, I lit a small campfire and sat beside it, feeling the warmth against the chill of the night. The crackling of the fire was a comforting sound, echoing softly through the quiet of the wilderness. I watched as sparks spiraled upward, disappearing into the vast expanse of the night sky. Above me. Chapter 9. Encounters in the Wild. The morning dawned clear and cool, with a soft mist clinging to the surface of the lake as the sun rose above the surrounding mountains. I emerged from my tent, stretching my limbs and breathing in the crisp, pine-scented air. The campsite was quiet and peaceful, bathed in the gentle light of early morning. After a quick breakfast of granola and dried fruit, I packed up my camp and shouldered my backpack once more. The trail beckoned me onward, promising new adventures and discoveries in the heart of the wilderness. As I hiked, I felt a sense of anticipation building within me, eager to explore the untamed beauty of this remote landscape. The trail led me deeper into the forest, winding through groves of towering pine trees and ancient oaks. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Birds chirped in the branches overhead, their songs a cheerful accompaniment to the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the trail. As I walked, I kept my senses alert to the sights and sounds of the wilderness around me. The forest seemed alive with activity. A squirrel darted across the trail, its bushy tail twitching with nervous energy. A woodpecker hammered away at the trunk of a dead tree, searching for insects beneath the bark. I paused to take a drink from my water bottle, the cool liquid refreshing against my parched throat. I glanced at my map, plotting my course through the mountains. According to the trail markers, there was a series of natural hot springs located not far from my current position, a hidden gem nestled within a secluded valley. Excited by the prospect of a relaxing soak in the hot springs, I quickened my pace along the trail. The path began to descend gradually, leading me deeper into the heart of the valley. The air grew warmer as I approached, carrying with it the faint scent of sulfur and minerals. Soon, I caught sight of steam rising in the distance, a telltale sign of the hot springs hidden among the trees. The trail opened up into a small clearing, revealing a series of natural pools fed by geothermal waters. Steam billowed from the surface of the pools, creating a mystical atmosphere that seemed to blur the boundaries between earth and sky. I found a secluded spot beside one of the pools and set down my backpack. The water was warm and inviting, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. I stripped off my hiking clothes and eased myself into the soothing embrace of the hot springs, feeling the tension melt away from my muscles. The water enveloped me in warmth, soothing away the aches and fatigue of the journey. I closed my eyes and leaned back against the smooth rocks, allowing myself to fully relax in the tranquil sanctuary of the hot springs. Birds chirped in the trees above, their songs a gentle lullaby that added to the peaceful ambience. After soaking for a while, I emerged from the hot springs feeling rejuvenated and refreshed. I dried off and dressed in clean clothes, savoring the sensation of cleanliness and comfort. As I packed up my belongings, I felt a profound sense of gratitude for the opportunity to experience such natural beauty and tranquility. Leaving the hot springs behind, I resumed my journey along the trail. The path led me through a series of meadows dotted with wildflowers and shaded by towering pine trees. Butterflies danced among the blossoms, their delicate wings a blur of color against the vibrant greenery. As I hiked, I became aware of a rustling sound nearby, a faint stirring in the underbrush that caught my attention. I froze, scanning the surrounding trees for any sign of movement. Then, from the edge of the meadow, emerged a doe and her fawn. The sight of the deer took my breath away. They moved gracefully through the meadow, their coats blending seamlessly with the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. The doe paused to nibble on a patch of clover, while her fawn frolicked nearby, its curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar scent of a hiker passing through their domain. I stood perfectly still, not wanting to disturb the peaceful scene unfolding before me. The doe lifted her head and regarded me with dark, liquid eyes that seemed to hold a wisdom and understanding born of countless generations living in harmony with the wilderness. I felt a deep sense of connection to these gentle creatures, a shared bond that transcended words. After a few moments, the deer continued on their way, disappearing into the forest with a flick of their tails. I watched them go, filled with a sense of awe and wonder at the fleeting encounter. It was a reminder of the delicate balance of life in the wilderness, where every creature played a vital role in the intricate web of nature. Buoyed by the encounter with the deer, I continued along the trail with a renewed sense of purpose. The path led me deeper into the heart of the mountains, climbing steadily through rocky terrain and dense forest. I navigated carefully, mindful of my surroundings and the natural beauty that surrounded me. As I hiked, I reflected on the journey that had brought me here, the challenges overcome, the moments of awe-inspiring beauty, and the sense of peace found in the solitude of the wilderness. Each step was a testament to my strength and determination, a reminder of the resilience required to explore these remote and untamed landscapes. The trail eventually emerged onto a high ridge, offering a commanding view of the surrounding mountains. I paused to catch my breath and take in the panoramic vista spread out before me. Snow-capped peaks stretched to the horizon, their jagged silhouettes outlined against the canvas of the sky. Valleys and meadows lay far below, their colors muted by the distance. I found a comfortable rock to sit on and ate a small meal of trail mix and jerky, savoring the flavors and replenishing my energy for the journey ahead. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. After resting for a while, I continued along the trail as it descended from the ridge and wound its way through a series of switchbacks. The path led me deeper into a dense forest of towering spruce and fir trees, their branches laden with cones and needles. As I hiked, I became aware of a gentle rustling sound in the underbrush, a soft padding of footsteps approaching from ahead. I stopped in my tracks, straining to listen for any sign of movement. Then, from behind a cluster of ferns, emerged a fox. The fox was a vision of grace and agility, its russet coat blending seamlessly with the earthy tones of the forest floor. It moved with a quiet confidence, pausing occasionally to sniff the air and scan its surroundings with bright, intelligent eyes. I watched in silent awe as the fox padded along the trail, its movements fluid and purposeful. The encounter with the fox filled me with a sense of wonder and reverence for the diversity of life in the wilderness. It was a reminder of the intricate web of connections that linked every living creature to its habitat, each playing a vital role in the delicate balance of nature. As the fox disappeared into the underbrush, I continued along the trail with a renewed sense of awe and appreciation for the natural world around me. The forest seemed to come alive with new meaning, each tree and creature a testament to the resilience and beauty of the earth. The path led me through a series of switchbacks that descended into a lush valley dotted with wildflowers and shaded by towering cliffs. I followed the trail as it wound its way through the meadows, crossing babbling brooks and skirting the edge of crystal-clear pools. Eventually, I reached a sheltered spot beside a small stream and decided to make camp for the night. I gathered firewood and set up my tent, feeling a sense of satisfaction as I prepared for a restful evening beneath the stars. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of a peaceful night ahead. Sitting by the crackling fire, I watched the last rays of sunlight fade from the sky. The mountains loomed around me like silent guardians, their peaks etched against the canvas of twilight. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of a peaceful night ahead. As I settled into my sleeping bag, I reflected on the day's journey, the encounters with deer and fox, the beauty of the hot springs, and the sense of connection to the natural world. Tomorrow would bring new adventures and discoveries, but for now, I was content to rest beneath the canopy of stars and dream beneath the watchful gaze of the mountains. Chapter 10. Homeward Bound. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the valley as I emerged from my tent, stretching my limbs and breathing in the crisp mountain air. The campsite was quiet and still, nestled among towering pines and framed by rugged cliffs that loomed overhead. Birds chirped in the branches above, their cheerful melodies a welcome greeting to the new day. After a quick breakfast of oatmeal and coffee, I packed up my camp and shouldered my backpack one last time. The journey through the wilderness had been a transformative experience, filled with challenges, discoveries, and moments of profound beauty. As I stood at the edge of the campsite, I felt a mix of nostalgia for the adventures past and anticipation for the familiar comforts of home. The trail led me through a series of meadows and wooded groves, winding its way along the valley floor and gradually ascending towards the high pass that marked the beginning of the journey. Each step brought me closer to civilization, yet I found myself reluctant to leave behind the solitude and serenity of the mountains. As I hiked, I reflected on the experiences that had shaped my journey, the exhilaration of climbing to high peaks, the awe-inspiring vistas of alpine lakes and cascading waterfalls, and the quiet moments of introspection beneath starlit skies. The wilderness had tested my endurance and resilience, pushing me to overcome physical challenges and embrace the beauty of the natural world. The trail climbed steadily towards the high pass, offering sweeping views of the valley below and the distant mountains beyond. I paused frequently to rest and take in the scenery, savoring the sights and sounds of the wilderness one last time. Wildflowers bloomed along the path, their vibrant colors a testament to the resilience of life in these rugged landscapes. As I reached the high pass, I stopped to catch my breath and gaze out over the vast expanse of mountains and valleys spread out before me. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of a new day. I felt a sense of accomplishment for having navigated through the challenges of the wilderness, yet a part of me longed to linger in the untamed beauty of the mountains. Descending from the pass, I followed the trail as it wound its way through dense forests and across rocky ridges. The path led me past familiar landmarks, the towering cliffs, the babbling brooks, and the ancient trees that had become companions along the journey. Each step brought me closer to the end of the trail, yet I found myself yearning to prolong the experience of exploration and discovery. As I hiked, I encountered other hikers making their way along the trail, fellow adventurers with whom I exchanged nods and brief conversations about the beauty of the wilderness and the challenges of the journey. Their presence reminded me that while the mountains offered solitude, they also held a sense of camaraderie among those who sought solace in nature's embrace. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the trail as I continued my descent towards the trailhead. The forest grew quieter as the day wore on, the only sounds the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the distant calls of birds in the canopy above. I savored the tranquility of the forest, knowing that soon I would return to the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Eventually, I reached the trailhead where my journey had begun, a small clearing marked by a weathered sign and a wooden bench overlooking the valley below. I paused to catch my breath and reflect on the distance I had traveled, both physically and emotionally, since setting out on this adventure. Sitting on the bench, I watched as the sun dipped towards the western horizon, casting a warm golden light over the landscape. The valley stretched out before me, a patchwork of green meadows and winding rivers that snaked through the foothills. In the distance, I could see the outline of distant towns and villages, their lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. I took out my map and spread it out on the bench, tracing the route I had taken through the mountains. Each bend in the trail held memories of challenges overcome and moments of awe-inspiring beauty. I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the experiences that had shaped my journey, the encounters with wildlife, the solitude of starlit nights, and the friendships forged along the way. As darkness fell and the stars began to appear overhead, I reluctantly packed up my belongings and prepared to leave the trailhead. The mountains would always hold a special place in my heart, a sanctuary of solitude and serenity that had taught me valuable lessons about resilience, perseverance, and the beauty of the natural world. Driving away from the trailhead, I glanced in the rearview mirror at the receding silhouette of the mountains against the twilight sky. The journey through the wilderness had been a transformative experience, leaving an indelible mark on my soul and igniting a passion for exploration and adventure. As I returned to the familiar comforts of home, I carried with me a renewed sense of wonder and appreciation for the natural world. The memories of the mountains would stay with me always, a reminder of the boundless beauty and untamed spirit of the wilderness that had captured my heart and fueled my spirit of adventure.